don't know, somebody is appearing on my the video doesn't want me to switch it on. Okay, it says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. So it has been disabled, my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Loud and clear.
Start my video. Okay.
Oh, now we see you.
Yeah, I was disabled. Sorry for that.
No problem at all, Captain.
Yes.
Swear or affirm?
I will swear the commissioners.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but? If so, please raise your right hand and say so.
So help me God.
Thank you, Captain. Yes, it's correct.
Thank you, Commissioners. Captain, can we start with just confirming the documents that are in front of you? Can I confirm that you have before you your statement?
I do have my statement before me.
And the second document is the annexes to your statement, which is Annex A. It's a 212 affidavit.
That's correct. I do have commissioners.
And if we go back to your statement, do you confirm that this is a statement that you have prepared for purposes of giving your testimony before the Commission?
That's correct. That's the statement that I prepared, commissioners.
And if you go to page 9 of the statement, there is a signature there. Can you confirm that that is indeed your signature?
That's correct, commissioners. That's my signature.
Thank you, Captain. If we can then start at the beginning of your statement. At paragraph 2, you describe your current role. Can you tell the commissioners about this?
Okay, thank you, commissioners. In the paragraph 2, it's basically my training and my qualifications. I don't know if I must read it all for the record or must I go about it?
Captain, in paragraph 2, you deal specifically that you are an analyst and your deployment to the PKTT. Can you start there?
Or paragraph 2 of my statement, not the 2 and 2.
Yes, we will return to your 2 and 2 later.
Thank you, commissioners. As I say in paragraph 2, commissioners, on the 2nd of September 2018, I was deployed in KwaZulu-Natal for the Science Laboratory section in Amanzimtoti to provide analysis service to the political killings task team. It was under the command of Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumar. So I was assigned to assist with the forensic ballistics examination to link politically related killings, and I further later assisted the tax violence task team, the organized crime in KwaZulu-Natal, and I also assisted any other investigating officer who came to the lab to assist with urgent cases. So I would assist such big people to expedite the investigation with regard to ballistics.
And Captain, you explain in paragraph 3 that as part of your work, you were requested to perform a comparative forensic ballistic examination. Can you explain what this request was about?
You commissioners, the request was all about, there was which are related to political killings. So these 3 cases were still unresolved, and the investigation was kind of stalled because there was no evidence coming forward. So I was requested to do a comparison. Paragraph 3, I'm on the paragraph. So the commissioners. So I was requested to do a comparative ballistics examination by comparing the ballistics results on Brenly case 149 of 2024, which is the matter of Mr. Swart of Q-Tech Engineering. So this case of Brenly, commissioners, I was requested to compare it with the 3 cases which are Sanction Case 398 of 11/2022, where DJ somebody was murdered together with his bodyguards. The other case was Orlando Case 93 of 2023, where Mr. Don Kinville was killed. And the third case was Orlando Case 220 of 3/2022, where DJ Windows was killed. That's the initial request. It is one of the requests that I received from the organized crime unit.
Thank you, Captain. And before we deal with the specifics of that examination, you detail your education and work experience at paragraph 4. Can you take the commission through that, but with reference to Annexure A? Commissioners, in Annexure A, the witness has given a comprehensive description of his qualifications, so he will make mention of paragraph 2 in particular. Captain, can you take the commission through your education and experience?
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I commenced my tenure at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Silverton in the year 2008 as an examiner of forensic ballistics. And my academic background qualifications includes, amongst others, a national diploma in policing, which I obtained it from Tshwane University of Technology. And I also obtained a diploma in digital and analog electronics from the Nexa College in 2001. So to date, commissioners, I examined ballistic related cases of an excess of 3,770 cases. So I received an in-service training in the ballistics section from 2008, which ended up to 2011. The ballistic training commissioners takes years if there is no any other interruptions in between. So the training consists of 12 levels, commissioners. So I completed all the 12 levels in ballistics related investigations. So that's basically my qualifications and the trainings that I received. I also received external trainings from different training providers with related to ballistics analysis.
Thank you, Captain. Now let's deal with the request that you received. Before dealing with the one that you applied at the beginning of the testimony, let's deal with the comparative ballistics examination of the 3 cases against 27 case files from the Pretoria lab. Can you tell the Commission about this request?
Okay. Around November 2024, I received a request from the PKTT to conduct a comparative ballistics examination comparing 3 political killings cases which occurred in KZN. These cases, commissioners, were unresolved and there was no suspects arrested in these cases. So they wanted to resuscitate these cases. So they requested me to compare these 3 cases, which are Escort Case 92 of 8/2019, Newcastle Case 208 of 5/2019, and Escort 100 of 9/2018. I was requested to compare these cases with the number of cases that were given to me by the investigators of the PKTT. These cases were 27 in total from Pretoria. So I've mentioned all these 27 cases in my report. I don't know if I must read all of them, but they appear on my statement.
Captain, you don't need to read all of them. They are before the commissioners. But can you explain
That's correct. Can I continue?
We noticed that the sub-numbering is incorrect. It should be 5.1 to 5. Whatever the last sub-numbering is. 5.27. Will you attend to the next program?
Yeah, I will look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, you described in your statement the process that you will follow once this request was given to you, and you start describing this process from paragraph 7. Can you explain the process to the Commission?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. So the request was from paragraph 7.
Yes, Captain, and that's just after you received the request to then collect the case files and enter it forward.
Okay, following the above request, Commissioners, I arranged with Lieutenant Colonel Lesu in Ballistics, Pretoria, to collect the 27 case files. Because you have to request the case files because you have to request the case files so that they can make them ready and available to you. So I arranged with Lieutenant Colonel Lesu, and each case contains relevant reports, the covering letter, the exhibits and worksheets, and associate correspondence and notes. So after Colonel Lesu confirmed that the cases were ready, I made a trip to Pretoria, where I'm originally based. And on the 12th December 2024, the 27 case files were handed to me by Lieutenant Colonel Lesu, and I then returned to KZN with these case files to conduct the requested comparison from the PKTT.
And Captain, can you describe how this comparison occurs? How do we undertake this process?
Okay, the process will start with the case files in front of you, and you open each case individually and comparing with another case from the opposite. In this case, I was comparing the 3 cases and case files with all these 27 case files from Pretoria. So, firstly, I will open the case files, which are KZN, 3 of them I will open them, and one by one I will be comparing this specimen from the KZN So I will take specimen one by one into the microscope, under the microscope, comparing the similarities on each specimen, on each KY.
And in this process, are you looking for the markings that would have been made?
In this process, commissioners, I will be looking for individual markings that the firearms imparts on the cartridge cases or the fire cartridge cases and or the bullets. So the process requires you or the analyst to look under the microscope for this specific marks to be able to determine if the certain specimen were fired or were not fired from the specific firearm.
And Captain, at paragraph 10, you deal with your findings. Can you explain your findings to the Commission?
Okay, in paragraph 10, my findings were that there was no any linkage that was or that I identified between the 3 KZN political killings cases and the 27 cases that I collected from Pretoria, meaning there was no common firearm that was used in these cases, specifically between the 27 cases that I collected from Pretoria and the 3 political killings cases in KZN. So there was no link. So as the result were negative, commissioners, the outcome was recorded on the examination worksheets and the performance as required by our standard operating procedures. And I did not, in this case, compile the separate case linkage report because the investigators, after informing them of these findings, preliminary so, they did not see it necessary for me to provide the report in this regard. So I didn't compile any report because it wouldn't have any impact in their investigation.
Do you know, Captain, why you were required to do this particular comparison?
Commissioners, I was requested because the cases in KZN were dead, like as in there was no movement on these 3 political killings cases. So I was requested to do the comparison in order to resuscitate the investigation on these 3 political killings in KZN. And again, if I can add on that, the cases that were politically related, the 3 politically related cases that I began to compare with the 27, there was a common firearm or a type of firearm were similar, like it was an AK-47 that was used on these 3 cases. Also on the 27 cases, all 27 cases that are collected in Pretoria, the AK-47 was used on those cases.
It turned out to be different AK-47.
That's correct, Commissioner, they were different AK-47s.
Captain, you then deal with the next comparative ballistics examination request, and this in particular are the 3 cases you outlined at the beginning. Can you take the commissioners through the request made?
Okay, before I could return the 27 case files to FSL in Pretoria, I received a request letter on the 30th of December 2024 from the PKTT to conduct a comparative examination to compare Bramley case 149 of 424 with Bramley case 149 of 2024 and something case 398 of 11/2022, together with two Orlando cases, which are Orlando case 220 of 3/2022 and Orlando case 93 of 2/2023. In Bramley case 149, commissioners, it's firearms that were confiscated from the suspects, in possession of the suspects. And in something 398 of 11/2022, it was a matter of DJ somebody together with his two bodyguards. And Orlando case 220, it was a matter of DJ Dingus. And Orlando case 93 was the matter of Mr. Don Tigeri.
In terms of your procedure, you then accessed the files on your FSL system. What did you then discover there?
Okay, what I did, because I had to locate especially the Bramley case, I had to locate it. Because already something case and two Orlando cases were in my possession. I know that I have them. So I had to locate the Bramley case 149 of 2024. I then went into the system on the same date, the 30th of December. I checked on the FSL system. The FSL system, commissioners, is a centralized national system. So I used this system to locate this case file from Bramley. Upon accessing the system, commissioners, I noted that Bramley case 14904 was reflected twice on the system. There was a Bramley case 14904 2024 that was examined in Pretoria in ballistic Silverton. And there was another entry that was made in KZN, where the same entry reflected in KZN was including the ballistics. So I established that the same firearms initially in the examined in Silverton ballistics were the same firearms that were examined in KZN, according to the system.
Thank you, Captain. Commissioners, you will recall this is also the testimony of Ms. B, that initially they were taken for examination in Pretoria, and in September they were taken for re-examination in Amanzimdoti. This was also the evidence of paper being covered yesterday, referring to the two entries. Captain, once you realized that there are two entries, what did you then do?
Okay, upon realizing that there was two entries of Bramley case 149, I requested the case file and spoke to Warrant Officer Keita, who was the ballistics analyst that analyzed the Bramley case in KZN. I went to him to inquire about this case. And paragraph 16, I spoke to Warrant Officer Keita about this case. Because for me it was like bizarre why this case was examined in Pretoria and examined again in KZN. Warrant Officer Keita advised me that the IOs or the investigating officers of Bramley matter presented a letter signed by Major General Muso Kumar, requesting that the firearms in the team's possession be re-examined in amounting to the FSL ballistics by an independent analyst. So he said that the LOs were citing some irregularities in the initial tests conducted by FSL Pretoria. So the request was discussed apparently with the management of the lab in Pretoria, and following the approval, the examination was conducted in KZN.
Thank you, Captain. At paragraph 17, you deal with them requesting the file from Warrant Officer K. Can you take the commissioners through that and what you really did with the file once you obtained it?
I then requested the commissioners the case from Warrant Officer K on the same day, and he gave it to me. And why didn't I request the replicate from Pretoria? It's because I saw that the same exhibits that were examined in KZN were the same ones that were examined in Pretoria. So I opened these three cases together with the Bradley case and started to do my comparison, commissioners. And commissioners, as ballistics, we do not do anything outside the request, as per the request letter, commissioners. Because if we do anything out of the request letter, we may be seen as biased and having some interest in the case. So we do as the request is saying. So paragraph 18, I requested and received the Bradley case from Warrant Officer Kida on the 30th of December 2024. And I then opened these three Pretoria matters together with the Bradley case and started to do my examination to compare if there's any possible link between these cases. Commissioners, importantly, analysts work strictly within the scope of the routine request, as I said. And we undertake tests beyond that mandate may compromise impartiality and create perception of bias. So if we do something that is not on the request letter, we might be seen as biased or having an interest in the case. So paragraph 19, I must continue, commissioners.
Yes, Captain. Before you continue, you're about to go into what you've been found. For ease, I'm going to ask that the commissioners also open the 212 affidavit so that you can then explain to them the process that you undertook in the examination.
Okay, if I continue on my annexure A from paragraph 4. Paragraph 4, it says, on the 30th of December 2024, during the performance of my official duties, I found in a case file marked with the flag number 598202/2022, which is something 398, I received 2 intact sealed evidence bags marked inter alia something test 398 of 11, 2022 B3 and B5, and I opened the bags and found the following. Basically, here what happens, commissioners, each and every evidence or each and every case file contains evidence bags with exhibits inside. So I would open the seal bag to retrieve the exhibits inside the seal bag. And this is what happened here in this sampling case where DJ somebody was killed. So paragraph 4.1 shows the cartridge cases which were 18 7.62 by 39 caliber cartridge cases, fire cartridge cases, which were marked with those numbers, commissioners. And 4.1.2, the seal bag was also containing 29 7.62 by 39 fire cartridge cases, which I marked with those numbers. And further down, 4.1.3, I received two 9mm parabellum fire cartridge cases, which were marked 056 TC2 and 285 TC2. And 4.1.1, it was 4 9mm test fire bullets marked with those numbers. 4.1.5, there was 9 undetermined caliber fire bullet jackets, which were marked with those numbers. And 4.1.6, it was 6 undetermined fire bullets cores, which were marked with those numbers. And 4.1.7, it was 1 undetermined caliber fire bullet marked C1. And the next seal bag with that serial number contained 4.2.1 7.62 millimeter, 7.62 by 39 millimeter caliber fire cartridge cases, and 4.2.2 9mm parabellum caliber test fire cartridge cases. Those exhibits, all of those exhibits were in the case of 1739, where DJ somebody and the two bodyguards were killed. So paragraph 5, commissioners, it deals with Orlando case 93 of 2, where 93 of 2, it's where Mr. Dorothy Jenny was murdered. So paragraph 5.1, it says 21 7.62 by 39 caliber fire cartridge cases, which were also marked individually. 5.2, 1 possibly 7.62 fire bullet jacket. 5.3, 1 undetermined caliber fire bullet jacket. 5.4, 7.62 tungsten cores. 5.5, 1 undetermined fragment. And 5.6, 1 9mm parabellum test fire cartridge case, and 5.7, 2 9mm test fire bullets. And paragraph 6, commissioners deals with Orlando 220/3/2022, where DJ Vitos was met. In that commissioners 6.1, it was 7.62 by 39mm caliber fire cartridge case, a 1 9mm parabellum caliber fire cartridge case, and 6.3, 2 undetermined caliber fire bullet jacket. And paragraph 7 now deals with the test exhibits that were fired by Warrant Officer Kader from the firearms that were confiscated from the suspects on Bradley case 149. So the tests are reflected on paragraph. Commissioners?
You need not go into all of the different exhibits. Can you explain why it is important for an analyst to go through all of these and list them in the affidavit as you have?
Okay, the analyst, because now we will be opening the bags with different specimens inside. The analyst needs to identify each and every exhibit that is contained in the specific bag, together with its markings, because the markings are individually explaining this type of exhibit. So each and every exhibit has to be noted because the comparison doesn't say compare only the bullets or compare only the cartridge cases. So all exhibits in each and every bag that the analyst is going to open, it has to be analyzed under the microscope because the request says compare the cases, the KDs, meaning we will compare all the exhibits that are inside these bags. So it is important to note all of these exhibits one by one in the report.
In paragraph 7, in particular 7.1.1 and 7.2.1, can you just confirm that those test cartridges are AK-47 cartridges?
Okay, Commissioners, 7.1.1 it's a test fire cartridge case of an AK-47.
Yes. And 7.1.
Then 7.1.2 it's a test cartridge case, test fire cartridge case of a non-millimeter parabellum caliber or firearm.
No, Captain, I asked about 7.2.1, not 7.1.2.
Oh, that's correct, Commissioner, yes. They are both cartridge cases of an AK-47 rifle, Commissioner.
Yes. And the reason I'm asking you that is because the evidence we have had in this commission is that 15 test cartridges were recovered in respect of the AK-47 that was found there. So I just wanted to know why you only got hold of 2 of them and not 50. Am I misunderstanding something?
Yes, Commissioner, if I may just explain that. Because the 15 cartridge cases of an AK-47 were firstly analyzed in Silverton, Pretoria. After the analyst have concluded his analysis, the only thing or the only exhibits that he will dispose of to the station will be the rifles or the exhibit firearms. So the 15 cartridge cases, I did not receive them because I did not deal with the Bramley case in Pretoria. I dealt with the Bramley case in KZN. So when the exhibits firearms were delivered to KZN, they were not delivered together with the 15 cartridge cases of an AK-47. So these 15 cartridge cases were filed in a case file that was analyzed by an analyst in Pretoria, not KZN. So here I was just dealing with the test fired cartridge cases, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kumalo, you recall also that witness B explained that after they get the report, they only get the weapons. So it's the weapons that will get taken to KZN for further examination. And then just for identification of the types of particles that are examined, you see if it has a TC, in it's test cartridge, not the ones that are carried. Captain Nisan, can you confirm the correctness of, at the very least, the identification of cartridges?
I do confirm the correctness of this exhibits, the commissioners, and what I've outlined.
Captain, you then at paragraph 8 explain that you conduct a microscopic individualization of 5 cartridges cases in 5 minutes. Can you explain that in layman's terms what you mean in that statement?
Isn't it paragraph 9? I think it's paragraph 9.
It would be paragraph 8 at the very bottom of the statement.
Okay, here it's just the intention and the scope, what I was required to do, paragraph 8. So I was required to microscopically individualize the 5 carriage cases and the 5 bullets, meaning I was going to compare the 5 carriage cases and the 5 bullets. That is according to the request that I received, to say compare. I was not doing a full examination from the scratch.
Thank you, Captain. And then you deal with the results from your findings. Can you explain this to the commission?
Okay, the findings on paragraph 9, commissioners. As ballistics experts, when we're doing comparison, we compare the individual and class characteristics. There is a markings the class and individual characteristics, the markings that were transferred by the firearm components onto the cartridge cases and onto the bullets during the firing process. So there will be those characteristics that we are looking for on each and every specimen under the microscope to determine the common origin of these specimens. So the microscope assists us to view those tiny marks which a naked eye cannot be able to see. And we use this instrument to come to a conclusion whether there's a specific cartridge case or a specific bullet was fired or was not fired from a specific firearm, commissioners. So in paragraph 9, it's my first findings, which says the cartridge cases mentioned in 4.1.1, 4.2.1. This 4.2.1, 4.1.1 and 4.2.1 are the exhibits that I retrieved or that I found in the Subject Case 398 of 11/2022, a matter of DJ Samut, 4.1.1 and 4.2.1. 5.1 is the exhibits that I found in Orlando Case 93 of 2023, where Mr. Don Pintel was murdered. And 6.1 were the exhibits that I retrieved or I found in the case file in the seatbelt under Orlando 2203 2022, where Mr. DJ's Vindos was murdered. And 7.1.1 and 7.2.1, those are the test cartridge cases that I found inside the seatbelt in the case of Remley 149 of 4/2024. So all these exhibits that I've mentioned, the ones in 4.1.1, 4.2.1, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1.1, and 7.2.1, I found that these cartridge cases were fired in a same firearm. So they bear common origin. This specific firearm that I'm referring to It's a 7.62 by 39 millimeter caliber Russian Kalashnikov model AK-47 full automatic assault rifle with a serial number 575363. That AK-47, commissioners, is the same AK-47 that was found in the suspects that were arrested in Burnley, case 149 of 4/2024. This is the same firearm, commissioners, that murdered DJ Sambodi and DJ Vintos and Mr. Dontin Kelly. I may continue.
Is Captain, can you then deal with your findings at 9.2?
Okay. In paragraph 9.2, commissioners, I further analyzed the 9mm parabellum cartridge cases that were found in the crime scene of DJ Vintos. This is paragraph 6.2. Is the exhibits that were found in the crime scene of DJ Vintos. And I was comparing them with the test cartridge cases in 7.1.1, 7.1.2 rather, and 7.2.2. And I found that these cartridge cases were fired from a common firearm. This firearm, commissioners, is a 9mm parabellum caliber Taurus, model PT92FS. It is a semi-automatic pistol with a serial number which was obliterated. And this firearm was marked 193045/24. And which later the serial number of this specific firearm was retrieved. And it reads as follows: TKS 21211. If I repeat it, TKS 21211, which was retrieved during the aging process. And this
Is that
serial number,
sorry, is that the one that was received by
that is the same firearm that was accompanying the AK-47, which were received by a warrant officer Keda in ballistic Samanzi.
I'm referring to what was the body retrieval of the serial number. Is the etching to find the serial number that is being retrieved.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So is
Yep.
that the one that fully etched was found established by the officer?
That's correct, Commissioner. This is the same number that was retrieved by warrant officer Keda during aging process. That's correct.
Is this firearm that you're describing now, is it the same one that the analyst in Pretoria had recorded that and could not restore the serial number?
That's correct, Commissioners. It's the same firearm, Commissioners.
Thank you, Captain. Just to note that in paragraph 9.3, you note the bullets or bullet jackets that where you could not make a positive determination.
That's correct, Commissioners, because they were damaged. I couldn't make any link to see if whether they were fired from the specific AK-47.
What does it mean that they are damaged? Is it they are damaged at the point of being fired or at the point of being tested?
at the point when they were fired, commissioners. Because this firearm is a high caliber firearm. When the bullet meets the target, it disintegrates or it fragments into smaller pieces, whereby the marks of those exhibits on those exhibits are compromised.
You then explain what happens after the examination at paragraph 11. Can you briefly tell the commissioners about this process?
Okay, paragraph 11, commissioners, it deals with the disposals of these exhibits. Because now the examination of the linkage have been completed. The examination has been completed. Now I have to dispose all the exhibits into their different case files. This process entails putting each and every exhibit inside the new seal bag, and I seal the seal bag, and I will complete an integrity form to show that these exhibits or the previous exhibit bag was opened by me, and I then close it on the new seal bag. So paragraph 11, it's all the exhibits. Okay, there was an exhibit that required me to take it to the IB section of the ballistics. So I sealed that specific exhibit, which was marked 1A32. It was somehow missed to be taken to IBIS. And I then sealed this exhibit. It's an AK-47 cartridge case, which was in Sergeant Test 398. It was missed to be loaded into the system. And I sealed in the new bag and I marked it for IBIS. And paragraph 11.2 deals with all other exhibits of something case, which I sealed them in that seal bag number that there is PA6500, the profile 464 and 5 these exhibits in the something case file. And paragraph 11.3 deals with the exhibits that I opened from Orlando case 93 of 2023. I sealed all those exhibits in a new seal bag which reads PA6500, the profile 465. And paragraph 11 deals with the exhibits that I opened on Orlando 220 of 2022. All those exhibits, I sealed them in the seal bag with serial number PA6500, the profile 469. So each and every seal bag that I closed, I attached to each specific case file. And paragraph 11.4 deals with the tests that were filed by Warrant Officer Kenya under Preliminary Case 149 of 2024. And I sealed them in the seal bag PA6500 profile 484. And I also, like others, I attached this seal bag in a preliminary case file.
Thank you, Captain. Commissioners, this will deal with paragraphs 21 to 24 of the statement.
Captain, can we just clarify paragraph 20 of your statement? The firearms referred to in paragraph 20 of the statement, are they the Kalashnikov in your affidavit in paragraph 9.1 and the 9mm parabellum in paragraph 9.2? Are those the firearms referring to in paragraph 20 of the statement?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you can then turn to paragraph 25 of your statement. There, Captain, you deal with the process of restoring the serial number that one officer paper undertook. Can you explain this process in simple terms for me?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. In simple terms, Commissioners, because I don't want to go into what I've outlined in my statement, because I might expose our doings or our processes to the public out there. In simple terms, Commissioners, what we will receive, or an analyst will receive a firearm with a serial number of iterated. So now, to retrieve the serial number, there is a process. We've got two processes that we undertake on that specific firearm to try and get the serial number. We've got magnetic etching process. We call it electromagnetic etching process. And we've got an acid etching process. Those are two processes that we utilize in ballistics to retrieve the serial number. So the serial number, during attempt to retrieve it, we've got a process. We need to undertake a process of preparing the surface where the serial number has been obliterated, or the area where the serial number was originally stamped on. We prepare the surface and apply certain chemicals on that surface to let the serial number be visible. And during that process of applying the chemicals, when the number comes up, we note it. We note it on the piece of paper to say this is the type of a serial, or this is the number that is appearing on that area where the serial number. It could be numeric digits or alphabets, because some firearms contain alphabets and some firearms serial number contains numbers. So some firearms is a combination of both. So after retrieving the serial number, after application of such chemicals, the serial number comes up. Then the analyst will call a more qualified person who did the etching, or who is competent on etching, to confirm what he is seeing on this process. Then when they agree on this, what they are seeing, then it is confirmed by the person, the next person, to say, we saw the same number. Then that number is recorded onto the pro forma, and then eventually recorded on the 212 report. That's basically what etching is all about. There's a process that we apply on the firearm, or that we conduct on the firearm to retrieve the number.
Captain, at paragraph 25.4, you deal with Captain Makota's findings in relation to this. Can you elaborate more on this point?
Okay, I during our conversation with the warrant officer Keita, he explained to me that there's a firearm which the serial number was obliterated, and that firearm, according to him, it was also an attempt was made to retrieve the serial number by Captain Makoto in Pretoria. The firearm was a 9mm that I spoke about on my annexure A. So this firearm, when he etched it, when he applied the etching process, one officer Keda retrieved the serial number successfully and recovered the serial number, which is EKS 21211.
And Captain, based on your experience, did Captain One Officer Keda do anything that was particularly difficult or elaborate in order to establish this?
Commissioners, there are a couple of factors that can influence a person not to be able to retrieve the serial number. They include the training that the member received, specifically on the etching process. They include a person who is not willing to go extra mile or who doesn't do more, who couldn't do more to try and retrieve the serial number. The other factors could be the chemicals that we are using. Maybe somehow, if the chemicals also are expired, or there can be a difficulty on getting the serial number. The other factor could be, or maybe the person deliberately omitting to do his job. Those are factors. One of those factors could have influenced the person not to retrieve the serial number.
When you do the restoration, the serial number restoration, what are the protocols that apply, especially if you obtain a negative result, such as Captain Makoto did? What do the protocols prescribe as?
Okay, commissioners, the protocols that we apply in the lab, or that we have in the lab, is that after applying these etching processes, whether you have found the number, retrieved the number or not, there must be another person who comes and confirms your results. So that is the only process that we undertake. So there is no any other process that we apply if the person didn't find the serial number.
And Captain, given that One Officer Keda will be doing this process on the same firearm that Captain Makoto would have worked on, does that raise additional difficulties?
That's why, commissioners, it will, because now this firearm has been attempted to be, the serial number of this firearm has been attempted to be retrieved. The first analyst who worked on the firearm basically tampered with the surface, because maybe I will use another word, not tampered. He was attempting to retrieve the serial number. That means he has done some sending of the surface, meaning he prepared the surface, and then he couldn't retrieve the serial number. Now, it will be difficult for the next person. I would expect the next person to have a tough time or a difficulty to be able to find the serial number, because clean it and to prepare it, for him to now apply those chemicals. So it is advantageous for the first person to, when the first person is on an advantageous position than the next person, because the next person will be working on the surface that has been already worked on. So what I noticed that here was, apart from what all this happening, what I noticed was able to retrieve the serial number on the file, the specific firearm. But it's, especially if somebody has worked on the firearm with regard to the etching process, and the next person has to work on it again, it might cause serious problems. But what I noticed that Gita was able to retrieve the serial number.
What is the importance of a serial number? If you are unable to retrieve it, what is the consequence of the case?
The importance of the serial number, commissioners, it shows the identity of the firearm. The same applies to the engine number of the vehicle. It shows the identity of the firearm. It shows the history of the firearm. Who is the original owner of the firearm? It will show that. It will also show that if the firearm was robbed from the owner would have opened the case. If the owner was murdered, the case would have been opened. So that serial number, if we retrieve it and we give it to the investigating officers to check on the system, it will show the history, who does the firearm originally belong to, and how was it taken from the local owner, whether the local owner was killed, whether the local owner was robbed, or there was a housebreaking and the firearm was taken. So the serial number is very much important. It shows the identity of the firearm. If we don't have the serial number of the firearm, that firearm doesn't have identity.
And touching on this score, if the firearm was ever seized at any point by the police and somehow ended up on the street, this process would also be able to discover that.
That's correct, commissioners. If it was recovered by the police with a serial number, when the police recover it firstly with the serial number, and it happens that it goes out to the street, and the serial number is then obliterated. When we retrieve this serial number, it will show that this weapon was once in the police hands, but it was retrieved by the police. Even if it doesn't have the serial number, the police will find it in the streets in possession of the suspect. That firearm would have been sent to ballistics, and then a ballistics expert will engrave it with the lab number. We engrave the serial number or the lab number of the firearms where the serial number was obliterated. So that engraving will act as a serial number on that firearm. So if it goes from the station to the street, and it gets found on the suspect, then we can identify it with an engraving on it.
Thank you, Captain. The comparative ballistic examination that you performed, and you deal with it in paragraphs 21 to 20 of your statement. Do you know if it was also performed in Silverton? So that is before you came in and you were asked to do it. Do you know if military headquarters performed the same exercise before you were brought in to do it?
which comparative examination is it?
The one in paragraph of your statement, the one where you compare the Fremde case with 3 other cases, and you reach your conclusion in paragraph 20 of your statement. And you say during the examination you performed, you determined the link between the firearm used in Fremde and the firearm used in the murders of DJ somebody, Don't Gary, and the countenance. So, do you know if that examination was performed in Silverton before you were brought into the court?
No, Commissioners, it was not done in Silverton. I'm the first person to do this comparative examination on the firearms against the matter of DJ Samboli, the matter of DJ Windows, and Mr. Duncan Dingley. So the examination that I did was not done in Pretoria because there was no request that was forwarded. This was the first request that was forwarded, and I came to attend to this request.
Does that not bother you, Captain? Because these are all counting cases. The fact that you have to be brought in from KZN or from the PKTT to come and perform examinations in relation to matters that took place in Gauteng. What are the people in Gauteng doing there?
In this regard, Commissioners, there was a direct request that was forwarded to me. I would assume that if the same request maybe was forwarded to Gauteng, they would have done it, Commissioners. Because it was not a ballistic IBIS link, it was a request. Maybe it was if it was captured or if it was noticed during in the IBIS as a link, they would have done it. So it was a direct request from the investigating officers based on their investigation. I think they had a suspicion that these cases are possibly linked. That's why maybe they forwarded the request to me to do the comparison examination.
But it bothers me that the same request was not given to Silverton. If you are aware that an AK-47 has been recovered in Fremde, and you are aware that you're dealing with other matters that involve an AK-47, why would you not perform the exercise?
Yes, Commissioners, because there were already suspicions that of the examination by the investigating officers. There were suspicions of how can I put it, of not of the Pretoria, of the integrity of the Pretoria lab. Maybe that's why they sent it to us, not to them, to do the comparison. Because they also put the firearms to KZN after being analyzed in Pretoria. So they had those suspicions according to the request letter that the killer, one officer killer received. I think it's based on that. That's why they wanted a person who is not in a Gauteng to do this comparative examination.
Captain, I find it strange that you say no request was made to establish the work of the individuals. I say this strange because the investigating officers have told us that they were told, I'm not sure now whether by the captain or that they were aware of the case. But that when they received the report, it did not reflect any iniquities. So what I find strange is that Captain Makoko would have spoken to them about iniquities.
If I may comment on that, Commissioners, if indeed they received that information from Captain Makoto, to me it suggests that somehow Captain Makoto we might have had something from someone that these firearms are linked to other cases. And if that's the case, I really don't know. It's very hard for me to digest it, but that means all along maybe I would say Captain Makoto knew that these firearms from Brembo are possibly linked to other cases. Which other cases I wouldn't know which other cases. But if indeed he told the investigating officers, so I would expect him to have been able to link those firearms or those exhibits and supply the correct report. But anyway, like I said, Commissioners, one wouldn't go and do something out of his own will as a ballistics expert. We have to be directed because we might be seen as biased. So, but the information that he gave to the investigating officers was crucial, was very crucial, and that means there was some communication between him and them. I would expect them to continue and ask questions with regard to what Captain Makoto is saying.
I must say, I like your repeated use of if, because indeed you are yet to go for
Just one thing, Captain. How long did it take you to perform this exercise? Because it looks from paragraph 11 like you received a request on the 30th of December 2024. And then in paragraph 24 of your statement, you say your report of 30 December 2024 is attached as Annexure A. Does that mean the whole exercise took only a day to perform it?
Only a day. It took only a day continuous.
You know why?
In PKTT we had a motivating factor. I don't know where we were taking it. We worked on the case until we finish it. If there is a positive feedback that we are seeing on the examination, we will work until it's late. So, and looking at the number of exhibits that are received on the 4 cases, it's not a lot of exhibits. We are dealing with a lot of exhibits on other cases, which can take you more than 1 day. But these ones didn't warrant me to take more than 1 or 2 days or more. So I finished this examination in 1 day, Commissioners.
And is that unique to the PKTT? You just said something important that in the PKTT you don't stop until you are finished. Is that unique to the PKTT, or is it something that is ingrained within the SARS, especially the ballistics division as a whole?
This was unique to the PKTT Commissioners. It was unique. Our turnaround time, our normal turnaround time in ballistics analysis, our normal working turnaround time is 30 days, if I'm not mistaken, to finish the case. Our turnaround time, we made our own turnaround time in the PKTT as ballistics to 3 days, Commissioners, maximum 3 days. So, this case, it's based on my experience also, Commissioners.
Just,
It's a small case. It's a small case to finish.
sorry. Just to make sure there's no confusion. You said that our normal turnaround time is 30 days. And who's the hour in relation to 30 days?
Ballistics turnaround time, Commissioner. As soon as the case arrives at the lab,
I just want to know, Captain, I just want to know who you are referring to when you say hour. Are you referring to Silverton, Mazindrodi, Elefa, and the Western Cape? I don't know whether it's Cape Town. Is that the hour that you're referring to? Whose hour?
it's the whole lab in general, whether KZN and whether Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Pretoria. Ballistics turnaround time is as soon as it arrives at the lab, it needed to be analyzed in 30 days. But due to backlog, that doesn't happen.
And then you are comparing that to an average of 3 days between the PKTT. So it's 30 against 3. 30 against 3.
That's correct, Commissioners. That is the turnaround time that we set for ourselves in the PKTT.
Thank you. In fact, I should not even say average. Maybe I should say what 3 days would be the outer limit. If you say there are some that you could complete in much short time, like this one, which was within a day.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Captain, just to go back to the protocols and the restoration process that you have described. Now, in Captain Makote's section 212, it does state that he was unable to restore the serial number. Now, you've told us, and you've also heard from the media that a second person would have another whether it's a positive or negative response, and you just confirmed that. Would the conclusion of the second person who set the initial line, would that be contained in the section 212 after the report?
No, Commissioners, it wouldn't reflect in the section 212 report, but it will reflect on the worksheet that the member has completed after examination. So the confirmer will sign on the worksheet that will be attached as a case file to say, Captain Morisa, confirm that warrant officer or warrant officer so or captain so retrieved or did not retrieve the serial number. Then I sign on that. So the confirmer will sign the component.
And if there's no confirmer or verifier, am I correct to say then it means that prescribed protocol is not followed if there was no verifier?
That's correct, Commissioners. It's a protocol that needs to be abided by, to be applied, and to be followed when doing this examination. Anyway, the reviewer of the case, after the examination or the analysis has been completed, the reviewer of the case will pick it up that this case was not confirmed, or there's no signature of the confirmer of the etching process of this, and the case file will be returned for to be corrected.
That is, if the reviewer does their job properly, then it will also be picked up and returned to the case.
That's correct. That's correct.
Commissioners, just to note on the etching cases, we have followed up with witnesses A, B, and C to provide us with supplementary deal with the findings when we took the serial number discovered by one officer K. they noted that the weapons were previously recovered by police, but were not entered into SAP 13, which is the administrative process. We have asked for it. Captain, just for completeness, your 212 affidavit, was that then reviewed accordingly before you shared it with the investigating officers that made the request?
That's correct, Commissioners. Each and every report has to be reviewed before it gets out of the lab. So the reviewer would have done the review to check the correctness of the report. The reviewer, Commissioners, if I may also state, does not change anything on the report, on the results that the analyst has done or has noted in the report. All what the reviewer checks is the mistakes, the errors, the spelling. If all the protocols were observed, if all the performers were filled according to the protocols. So before the report can go out, the review processes has to be undertaken to check the correctness of the report. Whether the spellings are okay, whether the grammar is okay, whether the report was signed. Then it will be dispatched to the investigators.
And Captain, after you gave it to the investigators, it is also loaded onto one of your systems.
That's correct, Commissioners. We've got an ICDMS system that we, after completion of the report, it gets to be loaded into the ICDMS system. This ICDMS system assists the investigators to retrieve the report from the system while they are at their respective working areas in the station. The investigator will go into the system and punch in the serial, the case number, and the system will allow him to print this report. It's only the investigating officer who can access a specific report for a specific case, because he will be assigned to that specific case. So any other person who's not an investigator of the case will have a challenge in retrieving the report from the ICDMS system.
Thank you, Captain. So this report was loaded onto the ICDMS system on the 30th.
Even if it could be after the 30th. It could be after the 30th.
Thank you, Captain. Captain, unless there are questions from the commissioners, that concludes the testimony of Captain Ndisa.
Thank you very much, Captain. Let us adjourn to
that I obtained in 2018. I also have a BA degree in criminology from the University of the North, now University of Limpopo, in 1996. And I obtained a higher education diploma from the University of the North in 1997. I also obtained a certificate in security practice from the University of South Africa in 2015. I obtained a certificate in corporate forensic investigation from Germany in 2012. Those are my academic qualifications.
And how many cases have you examined? How many forensic investigations into cases have you undertaken?
So far, I've examined more than 4,500 cases.
Now, in paragraph 2.3 of that report, you list a long list of courses in the in-service training of the SAPS and related policing agencies. I don't want you to go through all of them, we'll be here till after lunch, but can you just confirm that you have completed all of those courses that you listed in paragraph 2.3?
That is correct, Commissioners. Those are the service trainings that I received in forensic science laboratory. Sure.
And can you confirm that you have been declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination?
I confirm, Commissioners.
Thank you, Captain Patrick. You can then go back to your main statement in paragraph 5. And can you briefly explain what the role of forensic analysts is to the Commission?
Forensic analysts, ballistics specifically, our duties Commissioners is to identify ammunition, firearms, and fire cartridge cases. We also identify firearms, we examine firearm mechanisms, and we examine homemade, as I've already stated. We recover and restore alphanumeric figures on metals, on firearms or tools where the number has been, or serial number has been obliterated. We also determine the distance at which in a crime scene where the shooter was, and we also do crime scene investigation, and we also document the results. These are the roles of the ballistics analysts, Commissioners.
Thank you, Captain. Captain, you brought with you today the Bramley and Vereeniging ballistics files.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can you just identify which is the Bramley file that you have it in front of you?
This one is a Bramley file, Commissioners.
And the Vereeniging file?
This one is a Bramley.
Now, we extracted certain, well, not extracted, we've copied certain documents from that file, and I'm going to ask you now just to identify them from the annexure. So, if we go to the annexure file, page 29, can you confirm that this is a report in the name of Warrant Officer Makgotwe, dated 14 October 2024, and that it is to be found in the Bramley forensics file?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And can you confirm that this is the report that links the bullets extracted from the body of Mr. Swart to the AK-47 seized at Vereeniging?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Then if we go to page 34, and Annexure MQM5, can you confirm that this is the evidence bag, now unsealed, that is still stapled into the Bramley file with the number P4B00020836?
I confirm.
Then, if we go to page 36, Annexure MQM6, can you confirm that this document is the version of the report of Warrant Officer Mahotwe, dated 24 May 2024, that one currently finds in the Bramley Forensics File?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Then if we go to page 44, Annexure MQM7, can you confirm that this is the review report? Well, sorry, that on page 48 we see the review report of the reviewer who reviewed Captain Mahotwe's report on the 24th of June, sorry, on the 6th of June 2024 in the Bramley file.
I confirm, Commissioner.
And if we go to page 49,
because as I understand, there were 3 such reports, so this review relates to the first.
it would be the first report. MQM, and if we get MQM8 on page 49 running over to page 50, can you confirm that what we see at page 50 is the same reviewer's report? Not the same report, but the report of the same reviewer of Captain Mahotwe's first report, but this time it's in the Pretoria case.
That's correct, I confirm, Commissioner.
And the date is similarly 6 June 2024.
That's correct.
You say MQM8 is the same review
It is,
as MQM7.
indeed, it's Lieutenant Colonel Monakai who did both reports. And as we'll explain later, if one looks at page 48, the Lieutenant Colonel didn't certify, didn't accept the report of Captain Mahotwe, but didn't put her comments in on this form because she cross-referred to her comments on the video. Then on page 51, MQM9, can you confirm that this is the now unsealed evidence bag PA 600-4509202 that is now to be found in the Bramley file?
I confirm, Commissioner.
It's an evidence bag that originated from the Pretoria investigation, but as we stand today, it's to be found in the Bramley.
That's correct.
And of course, it has been opened. It's not concealed. Then, MQM10 on page 52, can you confirm that this is an opened evidence bag, now opened evidence bag, number PA 5500103539, that is to be found today in the Pretoria file?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And finally, MQM11 on page 53, can you confirm that these are Captain Mahotwe's working notes dated 9 May 2024 that are to be found in the Bramley?
That's correct.
Thank you, Captain. If we can go back to your statement you say in paragraph 6 that you received a written request on 3 June to conduct a comparative ballistic examination in the Bramley matter against certain case files. Now, before we get to what they any further, I must place on record, as you see on the version of the statement that's being displayed on both screens. Some of these cases have to be redacted. So we will refer to the case if Bramley would be the first case, we'll refer to the case under 6.1 as case 2. The Littleton and Pretoria West cases are cases in which they have already gone to court. So we can refer to them by name. We'll refer to the case in paragraph 6.4 as case 5, and the case in paragraph 6.5 is case 6. And I'd ask you not to mention cases 2, 5, and 6. So we'll just refer to these cases 2, 5, and 6.
Can you maybe repeat that one?
So the ones that we can mention, 6.1 will be case 2, I'll mention. 6.2, the Littleton case, we can mention. 6.3, the Pretoria West case, it's another DJ Vetus, if I'm correct, we can mention. 6.4 will be case 5, unfortunately. And 6.6 will be case 6, we also can't mention that. To begin with, can you confirm that you received this instruction to compare the ballistics exhibits from Bramley against those 5 cases?
That's correct.
And when did you receive that request?
I received it on the 3rd of June, 2025.
And if we go to paragraph 9, we'll see that you record that by the time you were asked to do these case comparisons, Captain Mahotwe had already conducted the functional testing and test firing of the firearms and had produced a report in May with certain errors which were then corrected in October. Refer to those 2 reports as annexes MQM1 and MQM2. I'd like us to look at those 2 reports, and if we can, before we look at those 2 reports, can we look at the 3rd report that Captain Mahotwe produced, which was the report about the bullet that was extracted from the body of the deceased in the Pretoria case. And that is MQM4 on paragraph 29. Sorry, page 29. Do you have it?
Yes.
And if we can start at the foot of page 30, paragraph 3, where Captain Mahotwe says, on 14 October 2024, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact sealed weapons bag against the number from Case Administration of Ballistics. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits, 3.1 and 3.2. What would 3.1 and 3.2 have been?
3.1 is a 7.62 fire bullet that was marked by B1. And the 3.2 is a 7.62 caliber bullet core. Bullet core is, in a bullet there is a lead inside the bullet, or there is steel that is covered by copper. We call it a core.
And from the exhibit numbers of that 5-bullet and the 5-bullet core, can you tell whether this was a test bullet or a bullet retrieved from a crime scene?
These are bullets that were retrieved from the crime scene, either from the postmortem or from the crime scene.
In fact, the evidence in this case will be that it was from the postmortem. So this was a bullet recovered from the body of the deceased. Then, if we look at paragraph 4.12, what does Captain Mahotwe refer to there?
These are the tests that Captain Mahotwe made when he testified to the AK-47 that they received.
And the test bullets 363 TB1 and 363 TB2, are those test bullets that you have previously examined?
Yes, these are test bullets that I also used to check as to whether it's positive in one of the cases that I've done.
And from which firearm do those test bullets come?
They come from a Russian-made AK-47.
And in which case was that AK-47 seized?
It's a branded case 149.
And then can you explain to the Commission what the conclusion reached by Captain Mahotwe in paragraph 6.1 is?
And Captain Mahotwe is saying that the bullet mentioned in 3.1.
Which was that bullet?
The bullet mentioned in 3.1, it's a 7.62 bullet that is from, it's an AK bullet, but it is the one that was recovered from the scene. It's positive with the firearm that we have examined. And this is because he has compared that bullet with the tests that he has discharged from the firearm.
So the AK-47 seized in Bramley has been linked to the bullet extracted from the body of the victim, correct?
That's correct.
If we can then go back to Captain Mahotwe's previous first report, which is M2M1, which we see from page 1 of the annexure file. And I want to take you to a series of what I'm going to put to you are errors in that report. If you can go to page 4, paragraph 4.
Page 3.
Page 3 of the report, but I'm looking at the pagination in the file. So the number in the top right hand. Okay, you've got the same pagination as me. So page 4, top right hand corner, page 3 of the report. Paragraph 4, the captain says, on 24 May 2024, during performance of my official duties, I received an intact sealed evidence bag with number, gives the number, P4B 000208366, marked inter alia Bramley CAS 140/04/2024. Can we go to MQM5 from page 34?
Page
34, top right hand. At the bottom left of the, one sees the evidence bag number P4B 000208366 on the left hand bottom left. What is the Bramley case number that's marked on this bag?
It's 149/2024.
turn over the page, what are we looking at on page 35?
It's the same day.
It's the same bag, and what's the case number marked there?
It's 149/4/2020.
So the reference to 140/04/2024 in paragraph 4 is an error.
Yeah, the reference I think is incorrect there.
What should it be?
It's not, it was supposed to be 149/4/2020.
And this bag that we see is the bag that is in MQM5. That's the bag that is in that Bramley forensics file.
That's correct, Commissioner.
He could show you the forensics file if you'd like. Can you take the forensics file to the commissioners and just show them that bag? Sorry, Commissioner, I'm not sure if you saw both sides of that. And maybe to avoid this happening a dozen times, maybe we should go through each of those exhibits now. Would that make sense? Sorry, Patrick, can you bring both files back with you to the commissioners, and let's go to can you show the commissioners in the Bramley file first, which is going to be NQM6, the copy of the 24 May report that's in the file, the Captain of Portua's first report.
NQM6 is what page of report from the page? 36.
And the first report. And for present purposes, I think the only important page of that first report to show to the commissioners is page 3 of that report, which corresponds to page 38 of the. No, it won't be written in here because that's your files. Three of 8 indeed. And paragraph 4 of that report should have the case number 149/140. Paragraph 4. Is that or about 4.1 to the top part of paragraph 4. Then, Captain, can you show the commissioners the review report of the very first review report of the Bramley file? Okay. Then, Captain, still in the Bramley file, can you show the commissioners the bag, the evidence bag PA 600 4509 202? I think it's 600 4509 202. Okay, and that's in QM9, page 51. And lastly, in the Bramley file, can you show the commissioners Captain Mafotwe's working notes? And those will be MQM 11, page 53. Then if you can go to the Vereniging file and first show the commissioners the review report in the Vereniging file. First review report. And that would be MQM 8 at page 48. First answer, the first page of the notes, and not the notes, the first page of the log, and then the review report behind it. And then, lastly in that file, the evidence bag 5500103539. Ending, the evidence bag ending 3539. And that would be MQM 10, page 52. Thanks, Captain. That's, I think we've been through all of them. So, to get back to the errors, the first is the incorrect reference to the case number in paragraph 4. Then if you turn the page, so it's page 5, and one looks at paragraph 4.30, the captain refers to 17.62 times 39 caliber cartridge case. But in paragraph 6 on the same page, he said, I examined the cartridges, not cartridge cases, mentioned in 4.12 and 4.13, and found that they consist of a primer, cartridge case, bullet, and propellant that were designed and manufactured to be fired by, ascended by a firearm. What should paragraph 4.13 have referred to?
4.13 18, it was supposed to refer to the cartridge, not the cartridge piece. Because paragraph 6 is talking about examining the cartridges.
If we can then go to page 7 in paragraph 10.2, and there the report says the cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4, the 5 and the firearm mentioned in 4.1. If we go to 3.4, which is on page 4, what is he describing?
Can you repeat this sentence?
What was the captain describing in paragraph 3.4 on page 4?
He is describing the bullet course, as I explained in the first what is a core. But these cores are of 762, which means it's of AK-47 time.
And so when he refers to cartridge cases in 10.2, that's an error.
That doesn't happen.
And he refers to the bullet cores again in paragraph 10.6. He says the bullet cores mentioned in 3.4 are not suitable for microscopic comparison due to damage. So on the basis of that conclusion, it would not be possible to reach the conclusion in 10.2 that the cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4 were 5 and the firearm mentioned in 4.1.
Yes, that one is a correct one. This cause, because they are damaged, they don't have grooves or lens that we can use to do comparison.
So 10.2 is a mistake.
10.2 is a mistake.
If we go to the case notes of Captain Mahotloe, which is MQM 11 on page 53, and you see can you read for the commissioners the conclusion in relation to the cartridges AA3A to AA330? It's essentially the second paragraph of those notes.
Captain Mokora said C/6, which means cartridge cases, refers to cartridge cases that were marked 193045/24, 883A, 2, that you put a dash there, 8830. So if you count from A to O, it's 15 cartridge cases are positive to the test, that is 363 TC1 and 363 TC2. And he has made it positive because he looked at the ejector and firing.
If we go back to the report on page 5, and we go to paragraph 4.9, those cartridge cases marked AA3A to AA30 are the 15 cartridge cases referred to in paragraph 4.9.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So when we look at the report at 10.2, the reference to 3.4 should have been a reference to 4.9.
That's correct, Commissioner.
If I can take you further down the report to paragraph 13, still on that same page at page 7, starting at 13.2, there are a reference to a series of dates, 24 March in 13.2, 13.3, then over the page 13.4, 13.5, 13.6. Those references to March must also be an error, because the captain only received this evidence bag on the 24th of May, so it should be May, not March.
That's correct.
Can we then go to page 6, paragraph 7.2. And there the captain says, ammunition used for test purposes was marked as 363 TC1 and 363 TC2 on the cartridge cases, and 363 TB1 and 363 TB2 on the bullets, and was fired in the pistol mentioned in 4.1. We go back to 4.1. What firearm is he referring to in 4.1?
It's a 762 by 39 Russian AK-47.
And is that a pistol?
It's a rifle.
So 7.2 is also an error, should say rifle.
I think it's an error.
Can I take you then to another problem with 7.6, 7.2? If we look at your report, MQM3, and we go to page 22, and we go first to paragraph 4.6. You record, let's start at 4.1. 4.1, this is when you were asked to do comparisons involving the same AK-47.
Yeah, that's correct. But using the tests.
But using the tests that have been created by Captain Mahoro.
That's correct.
So in 4.1, in one of the evidence bags, there was a test-fired cartridge case marked 363 TC1. And in 4.6, in another evidence bag, there were two more test-fired cartridge cases marked 363 TC2 and 363 TC3.
And that's correct.
So there were 3 test cartridges that Captain Mahoro must have found.
Yes, it looks like he has made 3 tests. Because that is what I got from the CV.
Look at 4.12 as well as the page 123. It says 3 7.62 test caliber test-fired bullets marked 363 TB1, 363 TB2, and 363 TB3.
That's correct.
And that's consistent with what you just said, that there would have been 3 test firings.
Yes, there was 3 tests for cartridge cases and 3 tests for bullets.
We then go to the review report. Which is MQM7. We see that when Captain Mahoro first produced his report, the reviewer would not sign off on it. She said no at page 48.
Yes, the reviewer said no, C-lab number.
C-lab number, and that's a reference to the Korean case file. And if we go 2 pages down to MQM 8, page 50, the reviewer says bag in paragraph 4.2 incorrect and paragraph 3. So if we go to first paragraph 3, the bag referred to there in the report that we have at page 3 is PA 5500103539. But we know that that number is actually the correct number because we've checked it, and that is MQM 7, page 45. So he did correct that error in his original report before he signed the one that we see at MQM 1.
That's correct.
And, sorry, it's not page 45 to MQM 7, it's page 51 at page, so page 51 MQM 1 is the bag that matches that number. And likewise, at page 52 MQM 10, we have the bag PA 5500103539, which is the correct bag that is mentioned in paragraph. Sorry, I got the numbers wrong. The bag in MQM 9 is the right bag for paragraph 4.2. The bag at MQM 10 is the right bag for paragraph 3. So those two errors were corrected. Can I ask in terms of protocols, when the reviewer says no, should there not be evidence of a follow-up review to check that the errors identified have been corrected?
When the reviewer said no, see paragraph so and so, it means that you have to go and rectify the mistake on that paragraph. And when you are done, you have to take the case file back to the reviewer so that the reviewer can check as to whether what she requested that you must do, you've done it. And that's why there looks like there's a second review.
So, sorry, I think you may be referring to page 48. If we have page 48 up. At the foot of the page, the form has section E, second round of case review, case file passed second review. And in this case, those blocks are all left blank.
Yes, it's blank.
So if you fail first review, in the ordinary course of events, are you expected to bring it back for the reviewer to confirm that you have now passed the second review?
Yes, the case is now cleared.
And in this case, it seems that the report was released without the reviewer certifying that it had passed second.
Yeah, that's correct.
But in actual fact, she would have certified that she probably would have certified that it had passed second review because the mistakes that she identified were correct.
Yes. Another thing, I really don't know. Maybe he might have corrected the mistake and sent it back to the reviewer, but the reviewer didn't even deal with this part.
Can I ask, in terms of review, there are, if one looks at the form on page 50, the functions that the reviewer is supposed to perform are set out Section A, Section B, Section C. So the review is supposed to check, do the case details on A, B, C, D, and front page of the case file correspond?
Yes.
What are A, B, C, D?
A, B, C, D, this file has 4 sides. This one is A, this one is B, this one is C, and this one is D.
And where does the report of Captain Mokotwe sit in terms of ABC?
In terms of the reviewer here, I see it has ticked yes.
It's a different question, sorry, Captain. Where would one find the ballistics reports in a case file? Would it be Section A, Section B?
Would be Section A.
Section A. So the case details that are mentioned in the report would be case details in Section A.
That's correct.
And the review is supposed to check, do they correspond to the case details in Section B, C, and D?
That's correct.
She says yes in this case, but in fact, in one important respect, they do not.
Yes. Actually, it was not supposed to be yes.
It should have been a no there. Then on the third line, do the dates on A and C correspond? What is C?
C is the chain.
Is the chain of custody?
Yes. We receive this at this bank and we will send it to IPs and then we will fix it on the same bank. But that part is also a big part for the bank.
Right. But there is a problem with the dates in A. The dates in A do not correspond in respect to C, because there are all of those references to March, which were before the chain of custody started.
Yeah, that's correct.
So this should also be taken.
Yes.
Then if we go to Section C of this report, of this sheet, do the findings on the worksheet correspond with those on the case file report?
No.
They don't, because as you pointed out, the worksheet linked the 15 AK-47 cartridges to the AK-47, but because of that error in 10.2,
That's correct.
it wasn't. So that should also be marked no. So the reviewer, in fact, marked 3 yeses where she should have marked no.
Yeah, that's right.
If we then go to the second report, which starts at page 10 of your case file, sorry, your annexure file. Page 10 of your annexure file. MQM2. So that is the second report. If we go to page 4, we see that first error of the date of the case number, Grammy case 140, stroke 04.
I think the second is page 12.
Page 12, page 12, I apologize. That second error has not been corrected in the second report.
That's correct.
If we go to page 13, paragraph 4.13, we see that the error in relation to the description of a cartridge as a cartridge case was not corrected in the report, but we've seen from the supplementary report that we addressed with Brigadier Mpachwa yesterday that there was a supplementary that identified this error, said it was an error and corrected it.
Yes, but I've not seen the supplementary.
You haven't seen the supplementary?
But I think it's in
It's in?
I think it's in one of the six.
It would be in the branding case. But in any event, we saw it from Brigadier Mpachwa yesterday in the non-conformance report. Sorry, Brigadier Mpachwa. Sorry. So that was corrected. If we go to 10.2 on page 15, the reference to 4.9 was put in. So the original mistaken reference to 3.4, or erroneous reference to 3.4, was replaced with the correct reference to 4.9. So that was corrected. If we look at the dates in paragraph 13.2 onwards, we see there still are these references to March, so that hasn't been. And if we go back to page 14 and 7.2, we see that instead of referring to a rifle in 7.2, it still refers to a pistol, and the test ammunition still only refers to 2 test cartridges and 2 test bullets, not 3.
That's correct.
If we go to page 16 and we look at the date of the second report, we see a new problem, which is the second report is dated 22 May 2024. But it had to have been, the affidavit had to have been signed at a later date than 24 May 2024. Because, well, for one thing, the review of the very first version of the document only took place on the 6th of June, so from that review report.
Yeah, correct. The date was supposed to be different.
Can I ask you, is it common practice, if one looks at the change that was made in 10.2, to make a change in, as it were, to put in a replacement page, as opposed to just filing a supplementary that identifies the error and corrects it?
Commissioners, I think the procedure is that you have to make a supplementary report. And in a supplementary report, you are going to point the mistakes that you are correcting from the original report.
So it's not consistent with procedure just to correct the report in the document and put in a replacement page.
No, it's not.
And apart from anything else, doing that, it gives it incorrectly backdates your replacement to 24 May 2024. It doesn't flag the fact that your replacement page is put in at a date after 24 May 2024.
It does not appear to me that this is a replacement page. It seems to me that it was signed much later, so they did not start page 9 or page 17. If you look at the last signature and where it is, it doesn't seem like it's the same page to me.
Commissioner, the last signature.
So if you compare page 9 with page 17,
It's a different. It's the same commissioner, but a different.
if
if you look at where the signature appears, it's not the
Yes.
same page, so one cannot say you've simply inserted the old page. What they did is when they did the second report, they backdated.
They backdated the second. I understand your point, and I fully accept it. Captain, just to put the Commissioner's observation to you, if one compares page 9 with page 17, page 9, which is the signature, the Commissioner's signature on the first report, with page 16, one sees that firstly the signatures are slightly different. So in the signature at page 9 it says Masha, and I can't read the second word, the third one seems to be Samuel. Kwena Samuel. Masha Kwena Samuel. If we look at the signature on page 17, it's Masha KWS. So these are two different affidavits, and the one in the second report appears to have been backdated to 2024.
Yes, I think this is a full consideration.
It is also fair to put to Captain that having noted that the signatures are different, it's also possible until Captain Mapapel explains that he just reprinted the first page and went to a commission. So instead of backdating, he may well have reprinted on the report and then went to the commission to commission. That's a possibility.
That's a possibility.
Chair, I see we've reached 1 o'clock. It may be a convenient time to break.
Seeing that it's how much long? If not too long, see that
I don't think we're going to be more than another hour, but we won't be, it's not 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
What's the
So, paragraph 4 now refers to the correct case number, the case number that's been on the evidence bag since day one.
That's right.
The only other difference between this report and the second we can identify is that the only other difference between this report and the second report that we can identify is that the signatures, again, are different. So if one goes to page 42 and looks at the signature of Warren Dobson on page 42, that's not the same signature, it's a new signature when one compares that with page 16. And if one goes to the Commissioner's signature on page 43, and that also is a different signature to the one that we see at page 17. Confirm that.
I confirm.
And yet, the third affidavit again is backdated to 24 May 2024.
That's correct.
Now, you earlier testified that the correct procedure, if Captain Mahotwe wanted to remedy the error in his first two affidavits in the reference to the case file in paragraph 4, was to prepare a supplementary affidavit.
That's correct.
I want to put to you that the problem about not doing a supplementary affidavit is twofold. The first is it looks like there never was an error because one has backdated the third affidavit to 24 May, so it looks like this has been what he's saying he has said all along. What's your comment on that? And you have a comment on
Will it not be accurate that if the reader has only the reader's version?
that is correct. That is correct. Obviously, if the reader has all three versions, the reader would see that this is a work in progress. But the second error is that the whole point about a supplementary is to highlight that there was a mistake and that you have corrected it.
That's correct.
If you do this version of rewriting your affidavit and backdating it to the date of the original affidavit, you are conceding the fact that you made a mistake and have now corrected it to the reader who only has the story.
Yes, Commissioners, because at the end of the day, that report that you have rectified needs to go to the ICO. So, if you rectify using the take one and you don't give it to the ICO, it is going to expose you because the ICO will be having an affidavit or a report that will have mistakes that we have corrected on the affidavit that we will find.
And which affidavit is the affidavit likely to go to court?
The affidavit that is going to court is the affidavit that has been collected by the ICO. So that affidavit is going to court with its mistakes. And then the mistakes that were corrected is in the file. The correction, the right report is in the file.
There's one last issue I want to deal with in relation to these successive reports, which is that if one goes back to the review reports, paragraphs MQM 7 and MQM 8, pages 48 and 50, if one doesn't submit your corrected report to the reviewer for recertification. No, sorry. If you submit a report to the reviewer says correct these errors, and you then take it away and hand over the report to the investigating officer without sending it back to the reviewer. Sorry, so assume that scenario, which is what appears to have happened here. If you wanted to sabotage the report, you could make all sorts of changes from the copy that you gave to the reviewer in the first instance and hand an amended report to the IR.
Yeah, that is possible, Commissioners. Because when the reviewer gave you the case file and said, go and rectify 1, 2, you have to go and rectify. After rectifying, you must take it back to that reviewer. That reviewer is responsible to take the case file to IBs of the archives and to take that report to case admin for this purpose. So if it goes back to the examiner, and the examiner rectify and then take it to the ICO, then the reviewer now don't know as to whether the report was rectified or not. Even if you made some changes, the reviewer will not know because the affidavit of the report was not brought back to
In other words, what's happened here is that a document has gone out to the investigating officer without apparently passing through the hands of the reviewer in its final form before it went to the investigating officer.
It looks like that because when I listened, I hear that the IO got a report from the examiner. So it's possible.
Can we then go back to your statement?
Just as we refer to that, you've cross-referenced signatures, and I think it's important that we get to the heart of what it is you're suggesting. You've cross-referenced Dr. Marco's signature at page 42 and the one at page 16, which are different reports, and you've said in one of them, so the one at page 16 is a different signature. What is the point that you're making? Are you suggesting it's not in what's in? Are you suggesting he sought to mislead with that signature? I think it does not.
No, I think it's the point that I'm not suggesting that this isn't the signature of one of those report. It's the point that Commissioner Kamara made earlier, which is this is not a replacement page which was printed out. It's that a full copy of the amended document appears to have been printed out with the same backdated date of 24 May and then signed afresh at a third occasion. Captain, we've taken a long detour before getting to your report, but we're getting there now. So if you can go back to page 3 of your statement, and you recall earlier that you testified that you got this request on 3 June to compare the Bramley ballistics specimens with 5 other cases that we've called case 2, case 3, the Pretoria West case, case 5, case 2, the Littleton case, the Pretoria West case, case 5, and case 6. Can you pick up from paragraph 10 of your report, where you describe what you did? Sorry, not of your report, of your statement. Paragraph 10 of your statement.
Commissioners, I have performed, or I can say that I have compared the cases that are stated in my MQ. I compared those cases with the Bramley case. And maybe do I have to go through what I've done?
I'll take you to your report in a minute, but just to give a broad outline of what you did, where you did it, and what you found.
I have been asked by one of the surgeons through a request letter to compare the 5 cases stated on my statement.
And where were you stationed at the time?
I was back in Senator from KZN.
And what test exhibits did you use for your analysis?
The test exhibits are the tests that were performed by Captain in the Bramley case.
And if you go to paragraph 12, can you give the Commission a summary of what you concluded with your analysis?
I found that Bramley 149, that was the position of firearms, is linking with the case rockets.
And remember that you refer to case 2, case 5, case 6.
It's linked with 5 case rockets. It's linking firstly with case 2, and it's linking with Littleton, case 157, 8, 2022, and it's linking with Pretoria West, case 447, 7, 21, and it's linking with case 5, and it also is linking with case 6.
And in paragraphs 12.1 and 12.2, you identify the specific things that you found. Can you tell the Commission what they were?
Paragraph 12.1. In AK-47, the serial number 575363, it is a Russian made, used in a Bramley, was named with case 2 and Littleton case. My comparative analysis established that this same rifle previously identified in the Bramley was also used at the case 2 and Littleton crime scenes. So what it means is that the AK-47 that was tested by Captain is linking with the crime scene of Littleton and case 2.
And in relation to the 9mm conclusion at paragraph 12.2?
There's a pistol. There's a pistol with an obliterated serial number. The make is Taurus. That pistol is the pistol that was tested at Bremley case by Captain Mbofu. And that pistol is linking also with Pretoria West, yes, and it's linking also with case. That pistol is linking with case 2, and it's linking also with Pretoria West, and it's linking with case 5, and it's linking with case 6.
And if we go to your report, which is MQM3 from page 18, can I ask you to explain the detailed conclusions that you reach that set out, so we just given the summary conclusions, and they are set out in your report from the foot of page 25, paragraph 11, page 8 of 11. Can you, maybe what would help the commissioners in this regard is if at the top of the page where all of the cases are mentioned, you can explain to the commissioners against each case which cartridges are linked to which case, where that list of 6 cases at the top is, and then you can do your conclusions with reference to that. So which are the cartridges linked to the Bramley case?
So like I said, I think maybe is it not proper for me maybe to first explain what is comparison microscope?
Sure.
So that
Please do, yes.
so that the commissioners can go through. We got an equipment in the what I call comparison microscope. Comparison microscope consists of 2 microscopes that are connected together by a prism plate, where a binocular eye is fitted. And through that binocular eye, you can be able to view both specimens simultaneously. And underneath the microscope, there are platforms where we place these specimens. These platforms are adjustable, and there's a light that we use for illumination purposes. So we place the exhibits in both platforms, and then you look on the binocular eye, and then if it is positive, what you see on the left must be able to see on the right. If it's negative, what you see on the left, you'll see something different. So that is how the microscope operates. So just to explain the findings that Senior Counsel said, in 11.1, but Senior Counsel has said if maybe the commissioners next to Bramley, they were supposed to be because the exhibit there is 4.1 to 4.5 on Bramley alone. And then on test 2 is 5.1 On Littleton, 6.1. On Pretoria West, 7.1. On case 5, it's 8.1 to 8.2. On case 6, it's 9.1 to 9.2. That is important for the understanding of these results. So, 11.1 says the capital cases mentioned in 4.1 and 4.5, 4.1, 4.5, 4.6. Those exhibits on 4.1, 4.5, and 4.6, they are from random case. And then 5.2, that exhibit is from case 2, and 6.1. That exhibit is from DKT. So what it means is that that AK-47 was used. The AK-47 that was tested by Captain Mukufa was used in case 2 and DKT. That is the first finding. And when we go to 11.2, here we dealing with the PC. So the characteristic is in 4.2, 4.7. Those ones are from revenue. 5.1 are from case 2. 7.1 are from Pretoria West. 8.1 are from case 5. 9.1 are from case 6. So what it means that torus with an obliterated number was used in case 2, and it was used in Pretoria West, it was used in case 5 and case 6. So that's what it means. These are the two firearms that were tested by that are linking with the cases mentioned in the report.
And your conclusion in 11.3?
11.3, the catastrophe is mentioned in 6.1, that is DPT. And case 2, the fire in their commissioners, DPT, the only firearm that was used, the firearms that were used there are rifles only. So I'm just showing there that there's a link between nicotine and case 5, but the firearm is not covered.
So in addition to the AK-47 that was seized at Branding,
Yes.
there was another rifle that was used at Littleton and was it case 5?
Yes. That was not covered.
And was that also an AK-47?
It's a 762 by 39. It's I can't say it's an AK-47, but the ammunition that were used are used by the AK-47.
It's a rifle that uses the same ammunition as an AK-47.
That's correct.
Maybe an AK-47, maybe another.
That's correct. So 11.4, there's a bullet. The bullet mentioned in 9.2. 9.2 is case 6. Was not fired from the same firearm with bullets mentioned in 4. There I was checking the bullet that I received at case 6 with the bullet, with the test bullet that were made by Captain for November 1, and the negative happened to be that the bullets were not fired from the same fire.
Thank you very much, Captain. From my side, I don't have any questions.
Just one question, based on what was said, in your testimony, you say that you used the same test when the case was projected at those on the fire tried to use them to do both tests.
Yes, Commissioner, I used the test that were made by Captain Group, test of bullets and test of cartridges.
If I understood Captain correctly, he said that to do a proper test, you must fire this, inspire into it, and use what you have. And he said something like to use someone else's test, bullets and test cartridges would not be proper because you aren't quite sure of the circumstances relating to how the person did the shooting. I hope you get it.
Commissioners, what is happening is that when a firearm is brought to the laboratory, the person that is going to be assigned to examine that firearm will test that firearm, and the tests are going to be put on that case file. One of the tests will be sent to IBIS just to be put on the database. But the tests that are on the case file, and in comparison with other cases, because the firearm now will be sent back to the station, and then from the station will be sent to the structure. So if an IO said, please compare this case with this firearm, he's not necessarily saying that you must go back and look at the firearm. He's saying that you must compare it with the tests that has been made when the firearm was initially brought to the laboratory. So it is incorrect. It is incorrect what he said, if he did say that.
So to be sure that you are comparing apples with apples, you must use the very same bullets and cartridges.
Yes.
That way projected when the tester or the analyst did the original test.
That's correct. And those tests after they put them on the sequence, so their integrity is questionable.
Can I ask, Captain, would those test cartridges and test bullets still be sitting inside the brand new forensics?
That's correct.
And could you find them, not only that bad, could you
Yes.
find them and possibly show them to the commissioners?
But now they are made with the 50 cartridge pieces. They will be on the same.
But just to be clear, my question though related to what the analyst or tester fired into the tank that I understood to have been more in this case, where the suspects were. So my question is really, what is fire purpose? What is fire to I'm just clarifying that's one of the questions. Thank you.
Captain, anyone who is in your statement, you describe your role in this you find in paragraph 3 of the statement. Firstly, what I want to clarify is that description of your role. Is it your role as a senior forensic analyst, or is your role in the PKT as a senior forensic analyst in the PKT?
No, senior forensic analyst is my job title. But I was employed to go every case again and do the linkages of cases, do crime scenes, do behavior examination. So those are the role of senior forensic analyst, actually an analyst.
So then when the description you give in paragraph 3, that's a description of the role of an analyst.
Yes.
Does then that include even the last part in that statement, in that paragraph where you say, I think from the fourth line right to the extreme right, you say that the first there is the sentence that starts there, it says, given the technical complexities of ballistics are also presented in my reports to investigating officers to explain findings and guide their inquiries, including the identification of specific firearms that should be sought. And my specific question really is to the part where you say guide their inquiries. Is that what a forensic analyst does in the normal course, or is it something that you do now that you're within the PKT because you're part of that team?
Actually, there, I think it's just guiding investigations.
Just unravel that. What does that mean?
It means, say for instance, a crime has been committed, and then the person was shot, and then we get shot. It is our duty to explain to the IPO that what you are looking for is a 9mm shot, not a 9mm, it's not a rifle. Because the police will come and bring all these firearms, they say compare. But if you say, for this case, the person must give me the 9mm shot, then the person knows exactly what kind of firearms to look for.
So, and that's a role, that's a function you perform in the normal course.
Yes.
And lastly, for me, you said further on that the analysis that you used, the final one in April 2025, you did that in Pretoria. You're now back at your station in Pretoria.
That's correct.
Does that mean you're now back in Pretoria, or is this just for the specific assignment?
No.
And I ask the question because because of the directive that indicated it should be resolved, the minister's directive, and I want to understand whether is that why you're back in the laboratory, or is this just for this assignment?
Okay, let me put it this way, Commissioners. PKTT is not so, but some members of the PKTT were sent home. Like the ballistics, the crime intelligence, the LCRC, the members who are left at PKTT is the detectives in the combat. Because the combat is there to protect the detectives when they go to court. Although even ourselves from time to time apply to attend cases. But I am there.
Now, given the function or the role that you're playing in the PKT, you were assigned to the PKT. Now that you're out of that, what do they now lack, which they had
PKTT led now, I think the turnaround time of the investigating the case. They were having everything in the palm of their hands. When they arrest a person with a firearm, they send it to ballistics. We're going to produce a report within the day 2. They need SRC to go and contact a specimen. Same day, the case in ballistics. They needed crime intelligence to get evidence or information. And they needed, I think there's cell phone analysts also to do, if the cell phone is, they confiscate the cell phone, download the cell phone. And they need also, the analysts. So now they are no longer going to process things very fast to be effective as they used to be effective, because part of the disciplines are no longer part of that.
Just to pick up on the Commissioner's question, assume the PKTT now sees a firearm. What's going to happen in terms of the ballistics examination process? They want to know, is this firearm linked to any of our matters? How will they proceed now?
When they now, meaning that they'll just have to take the firearm and send it to Amazon Plus and wait for the report. And that can take time, but they can ask, please prioritize this, but then they will be asking, because there will be no people who are disciplined to do that fire and keep them in court.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. I'm looking at Brigadier Mkareda's statement. You may not have it with you, so I'm going to read a section where he deals with how the ballistic analysis is conducted, just so that I understand what your role was in this process. In 24.5, he says the assigned analyst will complete and sign the comparison microscope results form to document the findings and results from the comparison microscope. And then in 24.6, so I'm trying to understand if what you do is what is set out in 26.5, 24.5 or 24.6. This is what he says in 24.6. An independent analyst will also conduct an independent microscopic verification on the same samples and exhibits. The independent analyst will then complete and sign a comparison microscope verification results form. Is that more or less what you did, or is it something different?
Yeah, it's more or less what I did in this case.
Because I didn't want to confuse that with what the earlier analyst does, so I just needed to be clear that what you do is more or less the independent microscopic verification.
Yes. Commissioners, because I was the one who was analyzing or was doing the microscopic comparison, I compared, after comparing, then I have signed the form that the brigadier is saying must sign. But then after that, there must be an independent person who is going to, whom I'm going to give the very same file and say, go and do verification examination on this. So that person, if what I've done, say for instance, I said I got positive, he must come and be positive. So if I said, okay, what I've done maybe is negative, he must come to that very same conclusion. And our results or our findings, even an independent expert from outside ballistics, must come to the very same conclusion. if an interpreter is coming again, especially in cases they used to challenge us and say, look, we need the case file. We have our own ballistic system. We are going to give it to them, but we are not just going to give the file to them. We will be with them. And to go, they will have their own mic, and then they are going to do microscopic examination. They must come to the very same conclusion.
They in the accused person.
No,
What are they that are asking for?
No,
Their
the
own.
defense usually have their own ballistic system. So that person, when he's given the very same file, that person must come to the same conclusion they came to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have a further witness today. This is the end of this linguistics chapter. Tomorrow's witnesses will deal with the arrest of Mr. Madlanga.
Thank you. That's